Всем здорово, всем hello. Мы возвращаемся в Half-Life 2. Как видите, он немного преобразился. Вот. Относительно недавно. Я тут Half-Life можно и на высокие, на полностью максималке выставить. Размите не буду включать. Окей, так, пускай очень высокая. Все, окей. Применить. Ага. Тигро, здорово. Так, еще доп. Материалы. Lost Coast нам не нужен. Эпизоды нам нужны. Half-Life 2. Достижения. На настройки. А тут отдельно настройки идут или что? Нет, оно все одинаково. Ладно. Загрузить игру. Нет, это нам не надо. Это сохранение старый еще, то, что я проходил. Новая игра. Включить комментарии. Комментарии будем проходить. Давайте, новая игра. Так, режим комментариев включен. В значках комментариев находится фрагменты рассказа разработчиков Valve. Чтобы включить или остановить комментарий, найдите прицел. На значок нажмите кнопку «Использовать». Пока вы слушаете комментарий, включен режим неуязвимости. В этом режиме не засчитывать игровые достижения. Но это мы все знаем. Что там по DL? Ничего. А что должно быть? Погнали. Так, перепройдем, я думаю, за 1-2 стрима управимся. За 1, наверное, вряд ли, но за 2 точно, я думаю. И там начнем новую часть Кейс Аниматроникс вышла. Начнем проходить. И
проснитесь и пойте, мистер Фримен. Проснитесь и пойте.
Так, подожди. Я, наверное, чуть-чуть уменьшу, потому что игра как будто бы перебивает меня. Или нет?
Нет, я не хочу сказать,
Или
что
нет.
вы спите на работе. Никто не заслуживает отдыха больше вашего. И все усилия мира пропали бы даром, пока, скажем просто, что вас час снова пробил. Нужный человек не в том месте может перевернуть мир. Так проснитесь же, мистер Фримен. Проснитесь, вас снова ждут великие дела.
Прибытие. Блин, я нормально вообще слышу, потому что игра какая-то как будто слишком громкая.
Это мой 3-й перевод за год. Возможно, мы встретимся позже.
I'm Gabe Newell, and welcome back to Half-Life 2. It's been a long 20 years since its release. In this anniversary update, we've tried to respond to as many of the community's
Подожди. Все субтитры.
requests as possible. And while this might not be the
Physics objects.
It might be hard to...
Train station. The beginning of a
Много
Half-Life game
тихо.
has a big job to do. We have
Кого?
to introduce
Игру
players to
тихо
a new
слышно
world while
или
teaching them how to
меня?
interact with it.
Sweeping foreground. Another
Metro cop shoving citizens.
А почему субтитров для
We've only walked a
комментариев
few
нету?
feet and we're already got problems.
Citizens. When it came
То есть игру убавить можно. Ну давай на 35, вот так вот. Сейчас вообще я... Сейчас. Так, блин. Подожди. Стой.
inside the city, we chose to include a variety of races, ages, and genders. Natural storytelling.
Так,
To achieve our world building.
Я сейчас хочу послушать просто вот. Да не, нормально. Просто, я не знаю, Джимен как будто слишком как-то громко говорил. Так, а я, кстати, клавиатура F6, F9. У меня нужники на красном стоят и как-то тихо. Но я вот сначала посмотрел там, где Джимен говорил, и как будто тоже тихо было. Но я не знаю, сейчас, когда вот так вот,
And
просто
storytelling
вот,
goals throughout the train
я не
station.
знаю, у меня
We needed a
микрофон на
natural way
максимум
to deliver
выкручен.
dialogue without it feeling too gamey or
Early tech planning. Shipping a game always
Ну что-то
teaches
как
us a
будто
lot.
тоже...
We finally get to find out.
storytelling.
Но это, я имею в виду,
Creating a
типа,
sense of immersion was
просто,
a
ладно,
core
если бы меня
principle
было
in our
плохо
approach to
слышно из-за того,
Half-Life
что
1's
игра перебивала
storytelling,
бы.
and it led us to the self-imposed constraints of never, or at least very rarely, taking control away from the player and of keeping
Я
the
думал,
player's
меня игра
avatar silent.
перебивает, а меня как бы, ну,
These limitations
и
made
игру нормально
storytelling
слышно,
more
и
challenging
меня
at
нормально
times.
слышно, но как бы,
In Half-Life 1, security
я не
guards
знаю,
and scientists
типа, в
could
чем
best be
прикол.
described as archetypes, not individuals. They were abstractions of characters that matched the visual fidelity we could achieve.
Вообще, как бы, общий звук
But as our
стрима
technology improved with
как-то
Half-Life 2,
странно
we
работает.
saw an opportunity to move beyond abstractions. The increased visual fidelity of the character models, combined
То есть,
with
понимаешь,
improvements
я
in
думал, меня игра
animation, made us
перебивает,
believe we could focus
но
on
она меня не
creating individual
перебивает.
characters, people you would actually care about. We allowed
У
ourselves
меня,
to write
в
real
принципе, стрим
dialogue and
какой-то
have
тихий
characters
сам по
deliver
себе
it in a way that
полностью.
felt realistic enough for players to not think about them as pawns in a video game, and hopefully propel our narrative.
Фильтры, свойства звука, устройства, микрофон. Алло? Ну, нормально. Блин, я поменял сейчас на микрофон, у меня стало по умолчанию, но ничего как бы не поменялось. Кстати, вы же GTA Sa или еще какие-то GTA-шки проходить. У меня есть GTA 3, Vice City, San Andreas прохождение, Definitive Edition. Но когда-нибудь в будущем я их перепройду. Вот. И потом GTA 4, GTA 5 тоже будет прохождение. Но, не знаю, это 100 лет пройдет, конечно, пока я начну это все проходить. Но так у меня есть прохождение. Ладно, короче, будем играть как будет.
Forward.
Пофиг, ладно.
In 2001, a couple of years into development, we were energized by Japan Studios' Eco. Directed by an animator, it blew us away
Просто в
with its
последнее время
reliance on
скачал GTA San на
characters as
телефон
the
и
key
играю.
connection to the player, giving us the courage
Я
to
бы вот
keep
сейчас
pushing
хотел
forward.
пройти...
Ну, Барни, и что ты предлагаешь?
Я бы хотел сейчас
Тут
пройти
где была Алекс.
Assassin's
Может, она
Creed
придумает, как его сюда
на
доставить?
канал.
Если он будет держаться
И,
подальше
наверное,
от
Far
постов,
Cry
все будет в порядке.
какой-нибудь.
Слушай, мне надо
Stalker
идти.
тоже
Мы и
хотелось бы
так
пройти.
сильно
Dying Light
рискуем.
2.
Гордон, рад тебя видеть.
Ладно, Гордон. Тебе придется идти до лаборатории доктора Кляйнера самому. О, черт. Этого я и боялся. Давай сюда, Гордон.
Я
пока ты меня
недавно
не засветил.
чисто для себя...
Blocking tutorials 2. There are two failures of note.
Blocking tutorials 3. The second failure in this tutorial space is a case of misteaching,
Я
where we
хотел...
accidentally teach the player something we didn't intend.
Fall damage. Teaching players how
Я
to do
недавно
things is an essential thing for the
проходил
game.
для себя, перепроходил уже там в третий, наверное, раз третьего Ассасина. И потом еще Liberation. Вот. На канал я не проходил, потому что...
Contextualizing tutorials, creating a story scenario in which they happen, lets us do more than just stop the game to teach players
Ну, я
something.
проходил
We
оригинальный,
get to add
есть
narrative value to the
Playtesting. Playtesting is a core part.
Хотел бы на канал пройти. А так для себя чисто пошел оригинальный. Подожди, бег на shift, да, все.
That we make games. We can never fully predict how players will respond or what.
Early in a Half-Life
Я не
game,
понимаю
one of
немножечко,
our
почему
goals is to
субтитров
make
для
promises to
комментариев
the
не
player,
сделали.
giving them a
Ладно.
sense of what to expect
Дел
later
2 уже
on.
4
From
раза
movies
проходил,
to
впервые
TV
играю на
shows and
кошмаре,
books.
там жуть
All
сложно.
The Citadel.
А я вот еще ни разу
of the
не
players
проходил. Я доел первый раз,
ropes.
наверное.
One of the things we noticed in all
4
of
раза я
Playtesting
проходил.
Anecdote 1. One memorable playtest
4
reminded
раза
us
я
that we can
проходил,
never be certain what players were
получается,
thinking
этот
or what lessons they've taken from
обычный
their
сюжет
experience.
и
This tester,
3
after playing from the
раза
start
Fallen
and stuck trying to open a door, spent several minutes going back and forth between the game and the keyboard settings.
Почему я не могу бегать?
When we asked what they were looking for, they said they were searching for the inventory controls, thinking they could use an item they'd picked up earlier to unlock the door. Well, we'd seen them collect and
9
drop several
просмотров
physics
уже
objects.
набралось.
Strider, early game exploration. Up until this plaza, the player likely hasn't had to think much about
Я
their
хочу
path,
чисто
as it's
пробежаться
been
по
clear and
этому, по
straightforward.
этим комментариям,
But here, we wanted
заморачиваться
to
тут.
encourage
Ну, типа, их
exploration,
смысла
which meant
даже
making
нет
the way forward
слушать
less obvious,
полностью.
which can produce a
Тут даже
feeling of being
нету
lost or,
субтитров
worse,
почему-то, я не
confused,
знаю
as you might
почему.
expect.
Closed captions. During Half-Life 2 development, we were approached by folks interested in accessibility.
Просто
baby.
буду считать, что я новую игру плюс прохожу.
Playground.
Можно так сказать.
When we discussed ways to highlight our physics simulation around the city
Так, тут
environment,
ничего нету.
a playground felt like the natural fit. And for players paying attention to Dr. Breen, it's also a reminder of the cost.
Мне недавно друг начал первый Dying Light проходить впервые, и что-то мне прям захотелось поиграть. Тут еще это обнова в честь
Half-Life 2
10-летия.
came out in the midst
И
of
я
a
скачал,
significant shift in
короче.
3D graphics, where the industry moved from textures to
Думаю,
materials and
поиграть
shaders.
там.
In
У
Half-Life
меня
1,
еще
every
есть
surface had a texture,
какие-то
essentially an
заказы
image
в
wrapped
Hellraiser
onto the
остались не
polygons of the surface.
пройденные.
Maps. With the addition of materials and shaders, we needed a solution for reflective surfaces like glass and
Надо
steel.
бы их, наверное,
These surfaces
пройти.
had to know what to reflect, but in 2003, we couldn't do any of that rendering in real
Хотя,
time.
может, я забил
So we
на них,
developed the
не
cube
знаю.
map system for pre-computed.
Field of view.
Reference map.
Missing material. Early on in developing our low-level graphics code, we realized it would be difficult to spot polygons that weren't rendering due to a missing texture. When this happens, you typically just see black where the polygon should be, which could easily go unnoticed in darker scenes. To catch this bug more reliably, we created an error texture that would be visually unmistakable and generated automatically whenever a texture failed to load. This gave rise to the now iconic purple and black check.
The raid. The section ahead, where the Metro cops raid the apartment while the player is inside, took a lot of
Мне
iteration to
интересно,
get
если
right.
я с тобой
The raid
зайду в
shoot.
Hell Raid, которого у тебя нету, то
In addition to making sure the player felt the pressure to move forward, we had to
сможем
ensure the raid
поиграть, как бы,
itself
или
was
нет, в
foolproof.
Hell Raid вместе.
There couldn't be any way for the
И
player
стаю
to avoid it
босса,
or double back past the
кстати.
Metro cop. The real challenge
Кстати,
wasn't
не
that players
проходил,
would
мы
try to
сейчас в
break the
яме.
scene, but
Понятно.
that many would panic and run in random directions once they realized they were under threat for the first time.
Я бы
This moment
поиграл
requires a
в
delicate
Я
balance.
зомби,
We wanted a
хотел бы
heart-pounding
прокачаться
escape,
там тоже на
the sense of
максимум.
real danger,
То
but
у
we wanted
меня
players
все навыки полностью прокачаны, и в The Following, вот вождение, все прокачано, полностью легенда, 250 уровень.
Health and no HUD.
А,
The rooftop chase sequence posed a unique
Я
design
зомби
challenge.
хотел бы
We didn't
прокачаться
want it to
тоже.
be a true gameplay obstacle, and our
Полностью.
best case was for players to make it through on their first try.
Ну, эти
But
заказы
we
в
still
Hell Raid
wanted to create the
остались
sense
тоже,
of real
чертежи
danger, where
какие-то
players
они
felt
там дают, не
legitimately
знаю.
threatened if they didn't keep moving.
Посмотрим.
The challenge was that without the HEV suit, players don't technically have a heads-up display or HUD, which means no way to show damage or remaining health. After some experimenting, we created a special health system
Но
for
это
this
стримить
section,
не буду,
using a
как бы.
red glow around the screen to indicate damage.
Чисто сам,
Playtesting
для
anecdote 2.
себя.
In the upcoming section, we needed the player to be knocked down so Alex could save them. With limited time and resources,
ну
we
всё.
simplified the encounter as much as possible.
Alex. Nailing Alex's design was a big challenge. We wanted the player to both respect and care for her. Saving Eli was a key player goal midway through the game, and we knew that getting players to care about that goal would be easier if they also cared about Alex and her relationship with her father. We intentionally designed, wrote dialogue, and cast a voice actor for Alex to be savvy, capable, and relatable within the Combine-controlled world, while also making her attractive and charismatic. We aim to avoid the objectification, exaggeration, and hypersexuality that many games of the 2000s featured, as we felt that would undermine our goals for her character.
Я Алекс Венс. Мой отец работал с тобой в Черной Мезе, хотя я уверена, что ты меня не помнишь.
NPCs on elevators. We often spend a
Interactive storytelling. When we started on Half-Life 2, storytelling in games was generally either high fidelity and linear or low fidelity and interactive. We knew players had seen high-quality storytelling in games, but they'd never been placed right in the middle of it, able to watch it unfold around them, interact with it, and examine any part closely. Well, that goal
Забавно, что ты появился именно сегодня.
Вот, кстати, мне все достижения дали, которые за эпизоды. Вот. Вот это получается коллапс сингулярности. Это оригинальная игра, а это уже когда эпизоды объединили в обновлении, то я зашел и мне их дали все сразу же. Потому что они у меня уже были до этого.
Pointer's Lab.
Блин, когда уже можно будет
Pointer's Lab.
бегать?
Choreography.
Face Poser. The primary tool we built to power the choreo system was called Face Poser, an inaccurately named program that allowed our animators to lay out the entire structure of our scenes along a timeline. The timeline contained a series of choreo commands for the actors, along with all the necessary information for them to perform those commands. By layering these commands on the timeline, animators could easily describe how an actor might need to face
Delivery. Lab and writing.
Animation.
Our tone. Setting the right tone for our characters and their dialogue was critical. We aimed for a respectful, almost pleasant style of interaction with the player, while avoiding anything that felt too subservient. This balance was especially tricky with Alex, who needed to support the player without compromising the strength of her character, something we felt was crucial for players to respect her. Her relationship with Eli was a core driver of the player's motivations, so it was important that players liked her and wanted to help her. We also wanted to contrast the warmth and camaraderie between the player's allies against the hostilities of Breen and the Combine, inspiring a sense of righteous indignation in the players for the battles ahead.
Твой талант превосходит даже твою
Давайте
красоту.
убедимся, что эта штука работает, ладно?
Получилось? Вот ты где. Черт, Гордон, ты разворошил улей. Ему нельзя здесь долго оставаться. Это поставит под угрозу всю нашу работу.
Именно, Барни. Это великий день. Торжественно откроем телепорт двойной передачей.
Ты хочешь сказать, он заработал? Это точно? Потому что мне до сих пор снятся кошмары про ту кошку.
Спокойно. Не надо так волноваться. Кошку? Мы далеко шагнули с тех пор. Далеко.
Какую кошку?
Док, он все-таки не на прогулку идет. Можно ему и костюмчик
Что?
дать.
О боже, ты прав, я почти забыл. Барни предоставляют честь тебе.
Мне надо вернуться на пост. Ну да ладно.
Voice actors. To create more responsive and multidimensional characters in Half-Life 2, we needed to evolve our approach to working with voice actors. While running through a script with a modicum of direction was sufficient for much of the NPC dialogue for Half-Life 1, for Half-Life 2 we decided to give the actors more of an opportunity to be involved in helping to define the characters and bring them to life. We provided much more story context to the actors, showing them the game world, the environments their characters inhabited, and the other characters they interacted with. We sought actors who could take all that information and synthesize it into their performances to elevate their characters beyond what we had imagined. We held multiple sessions with the main actors, allowing them to digest and build upon their characters over time. For scenes where characters are interacting with each other, we'd often cue an actor with performances from other actors in the scene to create a better sense of connection and flow. Though we'd arrive at the studio with a script and a plan for the recording session, we made sure that the actors felt empowered and had the space to bring their own ideas to the character and performances. Having animators attend the voiceover sessions also proved critical, as they were responsible for stitching the characters' dialogue together with physical actions and expressions to form the resulting choreo scene. Often, animators found that their plans for how a scene would play.
Alex, scene interactivity. At certain points in our choreo scenes, we require the player to take action. Beyond simply giving them something to do and keeping them engaged, these moments served a few key purposes. First, they allow the player to catch up even if they've been distracted by something else in the environment. The scene could safely pause until the player completed the task, ensuring they were back and paying attention. At the same time, it let us position the player where we needed them, which was useful for framing the scene and making sure they saw something important. In some cases, we got double value out of these moments by using them to train the player. Here, they're learning to interact with plugs and sockets, a skill they'll need for puzzles later in the game.
Ну так вперед.
Посмотрим. Поток безмассового поля самоограничивается. Мне удалось подобрать верные параметры манифольда для базы CI и орбифольда LG. Включая функцию Гильберта.
Эй, да,
Условия
кстати,
лотереи.
насчет кошки.
2, 1, О, господи, что на этот раз? Прекрасно.
Гордон, дернет рубильник.
Давай, Гордон. Хорошо. Финальная стадия. Начинаем? Начали.
Я не могу.
Ладно.
Ну как, получилось?
Сам посмотри.
Эй, Док!
О, слава богу, как гора с плеч.
Отличная работа, Изи.
Это не только моя заслуга. Доктор Фримен очень способный ассистент.
Ну, давайте тогда переправим Гордона.
Ты прав. Поговорим через секунду.
Класс, Гордон. Мастерское обращение с рубильником. Я смотрю, не зря ты MIT
Ладно,
закончил.
парни, твой черед.
Спасибочки.
Гордон, пройди в передатчик, и мы отправим тебя к Илаю.
Как раз вовремя.
Прекрасно. 3, 2, 1, пуск. Барни, будь так добр.
Удачи тебе, Гордон.
Да, именно. Мы готовы к отправке, Гордон. Бон вояж. Успехов в твоих начинаниях. Финальная стадия.
Что за черт? Да это же твой чертов мозгосос!
Ламар! Хэдди!
Нет! Вот он!
Ламар, с ним!
Да забудь о ней!
Он проходит, папа.
Что происходит, Джуди?
Я не знаю. Похоже на какие-то помехи.
Гордон, не двигайся, мы тебя вытащим.
Его что-то утягивает.
Что все это значит? Да кто вы? Как вы тут оказались?
Эй, он вернулся! Я его вытащу!
Не входи в поле, тебя разорвет на части!
Мы потеряли Гордона. Что происходит?
И если бы я только знал, что такое может случиться!
Не волнуйся, Гордон.
Нет, опять мы его пускаем.
Кто это вы? Неужели Гордон Фримен? Он не проскочил.
Но тогда где же он?
Сзади.
Ага!
Выключай, выключай!
Гордон, уходи отсюда! Беги!
Спускайся вниз, я найду тебя позже.
А, блин, тут, кстати, вот этот фонарик. В втором же эпизоде фонарик работает отдельно. И в проспекте он также работал отдельно, а тут все равно осталось с энергией. Я думал, переделали.
At the time of Half-Life 2's release, most first-person shooters gave the player
dynamic mixing. During gameplay, many sounds are playing at the same time, but some are naturally more important than others, and we need to set the volumes of the sounds relative to each other to ensure that the important ones stand out. In a movie, this sound mixing is done as a post-process, but in a game, it happens real-time, responding to the player's actions, so we can't predict ahead of time which sounds will play simultaneously. To handle this, all the sounds are grouped into types and tagged with priorities. Then during gameplay, the audio system monitors all the active sounds and lowers the volume of sounds in a group if a higher priority sound is playing. And this mixing is adjustable. If the gunshots need to be loud in one scene, we can make them higher priority there. If a specific line of dialogue needs to be heard clearly, it can then force all the other sounds to drop in volume. And we do the same thing with music. It's a subtle but very critical system, and it just prevents the soundscape from becoming too cluttered. Bullet audio. If there's one thing we're sure of, it's that a lot of bullets will fly past a player throughout the game. So we spent a bunch of time trying to perfect the audio.
Audio caching. Another problem we ran into was the sheer amount of audio in the game. With all the gameplay sounds, music, and dialogue, we had too much audio to be able to store it all in memory. Memory was at a premium in 2003. But as you can imagine, we need to be able to play sounds immediately, especially if they're gameplay related. So we built a
physics sound. Getting physics to feel right for the player meant that the sounds produced by physics had to sound right too. As humans, we're all used to how objects and materials sound during various interactions, even if it's not something we actively notice. While we knew we couldn't account for everything, we wanted to focus on the details that contributed most to make
automating DSP. All the sounds the player hears are
через каналы.
Metro Cop scene. This is another scene designed to make it clear that the Metro Cops are the bad guys, except this time the player has a weapon and can finally do something about it. That something comes out of the barrel of a gun. We knew we needed the player to feel righteous, and this moment was part of creating that. The Metro Cops are still human, unlike the rest of the Combine in the game, so we felt like we had to go the extra mile in making sure the player's actions felt like justice and not just wrath.
Staircase. There are situations throughout the game that stem from simple and quite straightforward design goals, and this staircase features two of them. The first was to frame the Citadel as it awakened, showing the player they stirred up the hive. The second was to showcase our ragdoll system. While it's standard now, in 2004 it was still a novelty to see bodies tumble realistically, and stairs provided a perfect stage to make that happen.
Explosive barrels. Here we introduce explosive barrels, a staple of first-person shooters, but with a new twist. The second pistol shot sets the barrel on fire, starting a timed detonation. A third shot will detonate the barrel immediately. This way players could either delay the explosion or trigger it right away, depending on the situation. Players may want to feed an explosive barrel to a barnacle and then shoot it twice as a handy way to safely dispatch a cluster of them. The delayed explosion also made for more interesting chain reactions between multiple barrels. Exploding barrels were a fan favorite in the series, but also were internally favored by level design.
Scanners.
Lambda caches. Technically, the first
Overwatch. During development, we generated the Overwatch voice using pistol design. The standard pistol is the workhorse of the game, functioning not only as the first range weapon you learn to use, but also as a method to interact with physics and destructible objects at a safe distance for the entirety of the game. To help make it feel more responsive and fun to use, the pistol employs a refire mechanic that's unique to it in the game. The gun will fire as fast as the player can click their input button, meaning that they feel an instant response to their input, and the faster they can click, the faster they can shoot.
Внимание! Неопознанное лицо. Немедленно подтвердить статус в отделе гражданской обороны. Обнаружено уклонение от надзора. Фиксировать, изолировать, допросить. Всем ответить в код 3.
Осторожно.
Shatter glass. When designing early levels where there are fewer mechanics in the player's toolkit, we found that it's just as engaging to spotlight new technical features instead. As
Helicopter Peekaboo. The Combine attack helicopter as central antagonist was something we wanted to develop throughout the entire chapter. The relentless chopper became a character in its own right. Here, if you listen and look overhead, you can hear its engine and see it flying along the train tracks and into the distance.
This iterative passes. Some chapters of the game, such as the on-foot sections of the canals in Ravenholm, were developed in multiple passes by different cabals. We found that handing off maps in this way led to greater variety in the experience, and a higher density of interesting moments, as each cabal added their unique touches to the maps. In the on-foot portion of the canals, the first pass established the art direction and the player path, along with the broad strokes of the experience and some major beats. But the team-wide alpha playtest identified insufficient tension and a somewhat monotonous experience here. In our second pass, we returned to the map solely focused on creating that tension and greatly increased the density of moment-to-moment scenarios.
Water shader. The most complex shader we made for the game was the water shader, which made full use of the newly available programmable graphics cards. When water was present, the scene was rendered 3 times. First, the underwater world.
Interstitial scenes. As playtesting progressed, we often found areas where players lost track of their goal, which isn't uncommon in a game.
Boxcar Bill. This small scene originally featured 2 human characters, but later in development, we replaced one with a Vortigaunt. We wanted to show that Vortigaunts were coexisting with humans and resisting the Combine as well. We also introduced their ability to heal the player, although we didn't fully capitalize on that feature throughout the game. Vortigaunts became a useful narrative tool for keeping dialogue brief, as their hive mind justified their full knowledge of the world and the player's goals. This meant they never had to ask questions, neatly sidestepping the challenge of writing dialogue for a silent protagonist.
Сейчас.
При беспорядках. Код.
Barnacle Introduction. Because barnacles can be confusing when first encountered, we wanted to introduce them in a way that showed players their behavior at a safe distance. We decided to do that through a nature show-style predator-prey scene. But, as always, scenes like this took a lot of...
Surface properties. We play custom footstep sounds when the player...
Mounted gun gallery. There are a few things going on in the scene. The turret firing at the breakable crates behind teaches players not to take the threat head-on, and instead utilize the sewer route to defeat it. And when they reach the turret, players enjoy using it in a shooting gallery with a wave of Combine soldiers and dive-bombing scanners. We also begin to introduce the missile-firing Combine APC that pushes the players along, and will show up again later in the chapter.
Говорит станция 8. Мы слышали, что станция 12 уничтожена. Оперативный ударный группа атакует железнодорожные станции. Повторяем, ГО атакует подземные станции. Нам поступает беженцы с 9-й и дальних станций. Кажется, мы...
Наземным силам ГО. Тревога, код.
Донесения о Манхэттах подтверждены. Повторяю, они выполняют подземку Манхэттами.
Код. Собрать, окружить, задержать. Граждане, введен код действия при беспорядках. Код. Обезвредить, защитить, код. Подавить, меч, стерилизовать. Тревога. Подразделением гражданской обороны. Обнаружены локальные беспорядки. Собрать, исполнить, усмирить. Гражданин, вы угроза обществу первого уровня. Подразделением ГО. Код пресечения. Сюда! Меч. Полночь.
Внимание, ответили 647 Игрок, проверить
Продолжаю поиск. Внимание, ответьте на 647Е, как проверить численность. Наблюдатель. Продолжаю поиск.
Running around a corner into a new area just to see enemies standing there is always awkward, and it makes the world feel less alive and more like a shooting gallery. So we were motivated to introduce enemies into combat spaces in more interesting and dynamic ways that would communicate planning and intentionality on their part, as if these soldiers had had a plan for Gordon even before he showed up. The Metro cops in this scene jump down into this space via scripted sequences, and later in the game we use rappelling in a similar way. It doesn't matter where they're coming from in reality because players end up telling that story to themselves. We found that in the end, combat should have a story implied in its setup. Ambush, surprise, surge, and assault. All of these scenarios use much of the same enemy AI, but all felt different to playtesters.
Barnacle bowling. This is a satisfying example of how a bunch of design elements can come together in a matrix of interactions to create a memorable scenario for the player. We got barnacles, our physics simulations, slippery mud surface properties, and last but not least, explosive barrels. You've encountered all these on their own, but they're able to snap together naturally to create a moment we called barnacle bowling.
Система жизнеобеспечения, морские. Вниманию жителей. Отменяется в недоносительстве. Штраф 5 пищевых единиц.
Physics in puzzles. Often, simpler mechanics encountered earlier in the game are pulled from more complex ones as a form of training. The teeter-totter puzzle, the first physics-based contraption in the game, was actually derived from a later, more intricate washing machine puzzle in the canals. The teeter-totter uses the same principles of mass and ramps, but in a more straightforward way that players can directly interact with, helping them understand the game's physics and making later puzzles easier to tackle. This puzzle also highlights the analog nature of the physics system, with the placement of cement blocks and the player's own weight both factoring into the solution.
Combine attack helicopter. Players have had glimpses before, but here is where we fully introduce the main boss of the Canals chapter, the Combine attack helicopter. This chopper relentlessly destroys a player's cover, forcing them to move forward or risk being gunned down. We wanted this sequence to feel tense and menacing, with the helicopter seeming far too powerful to confront directly, and maintaining that intensity through the canals.
Normal maps. Half-Life 2 was developed during an exciting time for graphics, as the first programmable shader-supported graphics cards were hitting the market. Using this technology, we became one of the first games to implement normal maps, a technique that enhanced the lighting on surface geometry. The normal map described the surface's roughness, allowing each pixel of a polygon to be lit in a way that made surfaces appear bumpier and more detailed than ever possible in Half-Life 1.
Блин, а я забыл микрофон включить. Ёперный театр. Так, сейчас. Сейчас. Не, нормально меня слышно, ё-моё. Просто сам стрим по себе почему-то тихий, я не знаю почему. А, не, не то, не то, не то.
Autosave
У меня
dangerous.
игра-то громкая.
In Half-Life 1, we had a set of autosaves throughout the game, hand-placed by
У меня
level
игра сама
designers and
по себе
triggered when the player
громкая.
reached some specific moment or position in the game. This ensured that the game was automatically saved for you as you traversed through Black Mesa's corridors. In Half-Life 2, we found ourselves needing a new tool. The problem arose in some of the more complex arenas we'd built. Some of those encounters would last for quite a while and features multiple sets of enemies. Others were long, sprawling
Игра у
mixes
меня
of
громкая.
exploration and combat without
ушах.
any clear separation between the two. We never want an autosave where the player is in danger of dying right after loading the game, because that could place the player in a death loop. If you played enough games back then, you definitely found yourself in this situation at least once. So unless we deliberately crafted pauses in every arena's flow, there wasn't always a safe place to put an autosave. After some experimentation, we implemented a feature called Autosave Dangerous. This was a level designer tool that combined an autosave with an associated time frame. When triggered by the level designer, it immediately saved the game, but kept the save off to the side, not available as a save game to load from.
Soundscapes. In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed by hand and then individually tuned. For Half-Life 2, we wanted more ambient sounds in our environment with higher quality.
Manhack Map. We called this guy Manhack Map. We wanted to give players the sense that hundreds of citizens inhabited the hidden nooks and crannies of City 17. At this point in the game, it had been a while since players had seen a citizen, and we wanted to explain the significance of the Manhacks, which was the first physics-based enemy that we created. In the original concept, there was a video arcade in the city where players could fly Manhacks around to attack virtual citizens. Eventually, players would discover that the Manhacks were real, and so were the citizens. As the Combine occupation became more fleshed out, this idea of a video arcade became an odd fit and eventually fell by the wayside.
На этот раз пронесло. Спасибо за помощь. Слушай, здесь небезопасно. Кое-какие припасы. А потом тебе все-таки надо будет уйти.
А как туда залезть? За ними. За своими припасами. А, ё-моё, тут лестница была. Overwatch. Блин, что было?
Вниманию наземных сил. В сообществе найден нарушитель. Код. Окружить. Клеймить. Усмирить. Вы обвиняетесь в отозванном. Статус злостный нарушитель. Наземных сил. В сообществе найден нарушитель. Код.
Это что, этот лямбда тайник?
Вы обвиняетесь во множестве статус злостный нарушитель.
Ой.
Гражданин, теперь вы угроза обществу 5-го уровня. Гражданин, вы обвиняетесь в несоответствии 2-го уровня и несоответственной деятельности 1-го уровня. Силам ГО. Обвинитель введен в борьбе скрытых порядков. Код. Обезвредить, защитить, усмирить. Код. Подавить, стерилизовать. Вниманию жителей. Вас хватало.
Отделение ГО. Герой 1.
Теперь вы угроза обществу 5-го уровня. Немедленно прекратить уклонение и выслушать приговор. Внимание наземных сил. В сообществе найден нарушитель. Код. Усмирить.
explosive barrel factory. This room, filled with an absurd number of exploding barrels, inspires some good-natured debate within the team around how far to push the plausibility of our world. Frankly, one exploding barrel is probably too many in regards to realism. In the real world, barrels really shouldn't explode, even if you were to shoot them.
Нет.
Rising water. The floating bridge and wooden spools here introduce the concept of buoyancy as a tool for the player. In this case, it's not really a puzzle. It's just some fun for the player interacting with the physics system. But later, we revisit this gameplay element in the canals to raise a ramp for the airboat.
Rendering systems. In the early 2000s, we couldn't afford a general-purpose renderer with the broad capabilities of a modern engine. Instead, CPU, GPU, and memory limitations required highly specific solutions to rendering challenges so we could squeeze every bit of performance out of a player's hardware. As a result, Half-Life 2 actually has 3 different rendering engines. One for world geometry, another for outdoor terrain, and a third for dynamic entities like characters and objects. These 3 renderers had to support a complicated matrix of features: collisions, ray traces, decals, offline lighting, visibility calculations, and more. On top of that, each renderer needed to support DirectX 7, 8, and 9. The differences among these DirectX versions were significant, often requiring different data storage and rendering approaches. They even used different programming languages. Altogether, we essentially had 9 different renderers, each needing unique solutions, and getting them all to look consistent was one of the most challenging tech problems we faced during development.
Твари.
GPU Wild West. During development, we faced numerous decisions influenced by our choice of minimum spec, the least powerful CPU and GPU combination that would still deliver a good experience for customers. In the early 2000s, there was far more variety among GPUs than today, with wide differences not only in speed, but in fundamental approach.
Dynamic shadows. With a focus on character and physics objects, we felt a dynamic shadow system was necessary to render them all in all their glory. In 2003, GPUs didn't have any dedicated shadow capabilities that they have today, so performance was a tricky problem. Our eventual solution went something like this, running every frame. First, find all the objects that might have shadows in view. Doing this meant
head crab canisters. Used head crab canisters are seen later in Ravenholm, so we decided to show them here to tell the story of how they're used by the Combine. The story is that the Combine have weaponized Zen fauna to use them against the humans. Burrowed head crabs was added as a new feature for this section that was expanded into a larger area that is meant to show a citizen shanty that was decimated by the head crab assault.
Combinatorial shader explosion. Rendering became much more complex during Half-Life 2's development with the addition of hardware shaders, small bits of code controlling how each pixel on a surface should render. In 2003, shaders were far more limited than today. Half-Life 2 era shaders lacked conditionals and had severe code size restrictions. This meant no if-else branching logic to adjust based on different conditions, and no large shaders with broad feature sets. Also, compiling shaders as needed was just too slow to be useful, so we had to pre-compile them. To work within these limits, we had to compute every possible shader combination and store each one individually as its own shader. For example, if a shader affected a surface based on a single light source, we'd need another shader version for 2 lights, another for 3, and so on. And it was combinatorial. If that shader also...
Fighting motion sickness. In early playtesting, many players developed motion sickness while driving the airboat. While trying to fix this, we discovered several factors that contributed to it. We found that reducing the intrusion of the airboat into the view helped, so we made several passes on the model to pare it back. Maintaining a consistent frame rate helped as well, so it was important to keep an eye on performance in these sections. However, the single most important factor was eliminating view roll.
Пробежечка у нас. Водная преграда.
Airboat time. Finding the right balance between vehicle time and time on foot took some work. Driving at full speed propelled players through the world quickly, and in early playtests we felt that players were missing out on exploring and taking in the game's detail. Exploration and world examination are core values of Half-Life, so we didn't want the vehicle to eliminate that. To address this, we added periodic spots where players could get out and explore small pockets of dense detail. Additionally, as the physics system evolved, we were learning new ways to use it. These spots off the airboat let us introduce an element of discovery around physics, like dropping crates into the water or combining barrels to raise a ramp. This gave players a chance to interact with water and physics in different ways.
А, это просто тайник был. Я его не случайно. Кажется, что в каком-то вот моменте я где-то здесь утонул дальше. Очень долго, надолго завис.
Floating supplies. In the alpha playtest, the canals were sprinkled with floating supply crates that players could smash with the airboat to collect the supplies inside. The mechanics were somewhat gamey, but helped keep the flow of the gameplay going, allowing the player to resupply on the go. To help make the premise more plausible, we wanted to tell the story of how the floating crates ended up so conveniently placed along the player's path. This scene of the citizens dropping supply crates helps sell that fiction, while also making the canals feel more alive. It also made players feel more heroic and important to be helped by so many supporting characters.
Zombie surprise. There's a little bit of a cheeky jump scare in this sewer pipe. Players wander in here, all focused and serious, and then an underwater zombie pops up, almost always scaring the pants off of playtesters. One fell completely out of their chair, and we mark that moment as a success.
Я игру-то всего один раз проходил. Я объехал эту стенку, понятно. Ага, здесь надо поднять сейчас вроде бы. Да. Блин, пятиэтажки, как у меня в городе. А, это девятиэтажки.
Grenade intro.
А, я помню этот пост.
We conceived of this Combine base as both a training area and a playground for grenades, introducing them here in infinite supply crates to signal that it's safe for players to use grenades freely without fear of running out. Go wild. The Combine encounter here uses extensive markup to direct the soldier AI towards cover and provide good opportunities for players to make use of grenades. At the end of the area, the same infinite grenade technique helps players with
air resistance. One important feature we had to add to our physics engine for Half-Life 2 was air resistance. At the time, physics engines would typically implement a general damping feature for slowing objects down as they moved, but this merely removes energy in a symmetric way. In order to create more believable motion, we decided to simulate air resistance instead. This allowed us to get asymmetric behavior, where the amount the object was slowed by moving through the air was different depending on how much surface area of the object was facing the direction of movement or rotation. This feature was key to making explosions and objects thrown by the gravity gun look believable. Fast-moving and fast-spinning objects are among the most expensive things to simulate in Half-Life 2's physics engine, so
puzzle layers. Because players are often totally unaware of the designer's intent, which we think is a good thing, they tend to respond in all kinds of surprising ways to our puzzles. Even seemingly simple puzzles can see countless failures along the way to success. That was the case with this puzzle to open the canal gates, which required many layers of hints and cues. The sparking wheel communicates that this is where someone would normally open the gate, but some other method is needed. A few crows draw the player's eye towards the solution, in this case, a bundle of girders on a pendulum. As grenades have been thoroughly introduced, we originally wanted players to throw one to break the wooden support structure, but that wasn't obvious enough. We added exploding barrels as a much clearer clue. But even after solving the puzzle, some players didn't realize that the gates were now open, which led them to endlessly explore the base interior looking for another exit. So we had to remind them of their original problem, the broken gate. We added smoke, the alarm klaxon, and a spinning light, and it was then that we finally started seeing reliably good results in playtesting.
Ни одного хп не потерял. Ну, мне так мало. Блин, вот как? Мне надо именно вылазить, чтобы эти комментарии.
The initial design of the airboat levels aimed to challenge players with tight maneuvers under pressure from Metrocops. The Metrocop strafing fire pattern was meant to make players slalom around the shots as they sped through, but in our review process, internally known as Overwatch, some playtesters felt frustrated being shot at without a way to retaliate. They wanted the airboat to feel powerful and unstoppable. Based on that feedback, we refocused the levels to emphasize empowerment over challenge, shifting from dodging attacks to fast-paced combat, speed, and busting through barriers.
Skybox. We've always needed to render a world that feels larger than our map limitations allow. In Half-Life 1, we used a cube map texture to let players see beyond the playable area. But in Half-Life 2, we wanted that view into the larger world to be dynamic, not just a static texture. our map size limitation was about half a mile in each dimension. But we realized we could create a much larger outer world if we stored it at a reduced scale. So, we invented what we called the 3D skybox. The 3D skybox is a small box hidden within the actual game map containing geometry at 1/16th scale. Inside it, a reference point corresponds to a matching origin in the main map. Then, when we render the space beyond the playable area, we use the geometry from the 3D skybox, positioned by that reference point and scaled up 16 times. Getting the lighting and fog to blend seamlessly across the transition from the main map to the skybox presented some sticky challenges, but it worked. The result made the world feel significantly larger and more immersive than it had in Half-Life 1.
Родные.
357 intro.
Подписчики.
The Magnum, unlike the basic handgun with its slower rate of
Давайте
fire, is
запомним эту
meant to be fired in a
полосочку,
more
которая,
measured,
не
calculated
знаю,
way,
висит уже
dealing
года 2,
catastrophic
наверное,
damage to your
если не
target.
3.
Earlier versions of the Magnum had a
О.
bit of random dispersion, which we felt fit the heft and the less sensitive trigger pull of a larger pistol. However, this led to anticlimactic moments where players would carefully line up a shot only to miss due to the
Давайте уже
accuracy
запомним
penalty.
эту полосочку.
To address this, we made the
VMPI.
During development, we became increasingly frustrated with our slow
И так
gameplay
он
iteration speeds,
50%
mainly because map
половину сам
compilation
купил.
needed to pre-compute lighting and visibility was taking hours.
Честно
Computers in
заработанные
2000
с
were
кейсов
far
CS.
slower than today's, and they had only a single CPU core each. Inspired by SETI at Home, a distributed program that used PCs worldwide to analyze radio waves for signs of extraterrestrial life, we built VMPI, which was our own distributed system that spread the map compilation process across many office computers. Today, these kinds of distributed systems run on giant GPU clusters, but at the time we just ran it on all the computers in our office. To deal with how our lighting code was evolving as quickly as our maps were, VMPI also distributed new EXE files to everyone's computer too. In retrospect, this was a pretty terrifying security concept, just awfully bad. It's like the stuff of nightmares for IT folks, because we were sending an arbitrary executable to all of our work PCs, and they would just run it. It was absolute madness. But it worked for us, and it did significantly increase our map iteration speed, and as a result, it ended up being a crucial tool.
Не то, что не пошел, у меня его даже нет, я не могу.
Mounted guns were added here to help train the player on the gun's effectiveness against the attack helicopter for the final battle in the reservoir. This was necessary because up to this point, the helicopter was invulnerable to the player's weapons, and we had to give some indication that it could be harmed with larger weaponry. This was only somewhat effective in playtest due to the amount of pressure the player was under at the moment, which led us to developing the particle effects and sounds that would sell to the players that they were really doing damage.
то, что Daylight первый даже в России и Беларуси появился в Steam. Его можно спокойно купить вообще без Б. Это как бы надобности. Но еще и новый бандл запустил. Новый набор. Костюмчик, 3 чертежа, краска для машины. Ну, как обычно, в принципе. Ничего такого сюжетного нет, но бесплатный зато это такой человек. Приятно. Но второй Daylight почему-то на него скидка есть, но как бы его но я надеюсь, уже скоро вернут вообще все, в принципе, не только Daylight. Я думаю, у меня сейчас там... Мне вот интересно сейчас. У меня на Стиме сейчас, ну, почти 13 баксов идет она. Блин, быстрее, быстрее. Ну так долго. Прикольно.
It had a
Ладно.
positive reaction, so the team decided to script it so it happened every time. This process has become part of our organic design process. Every so often, a cool thing randomly happens in a playtest, and we find a way to make it happen more reliably.
Там скидка то ли 50%, сколько. Я думаю, я спокойно его купил бы, и это чисто с моего баланса, который у меня есть сейчас. А если бы я еще там, ну, прям с карты купил, если у меня там баланса не хватало бы, я с карты я думаю, мне хватило спокойно вообще там на все дополнение. Ладно, мы как бы просто чисто игру проверяли, смотреть который даже в Left 4 Dead хотели были субтитры, там еще в эпизодах Half-Life были субтитры, в Lost Coast, даже вроде бы в Countdown the Frimenu, если я не ошибаюсь. Правда, там буквально в первых пару главах были комментарии, а потом уже их в принципе не было. В третьем акте, даже, наверное, во втором. Буквально первые пару миссий были комментарии. Ну ладно. Я все равно как бы всю игру перепроходил. Ну ладно, короче. Не суть. Все равно мне нужно было на достижение игру спидранить. Как бы. Это была такая хорошенькая практика. Чтобы заучить еще раз игру. Потом после этого я конус носил для достижения через всю игру. Как это было с Момом во втором эпизоде Half-Life. Как это было с шляпой и спицей в Black Mesa. Я, конечно, на записи это не делал, но факт в том, что это было. сюда надо, получается. Поднимать лодку.
Smokestack collapse. When making a cinematic action game like the first Half-Life, we'd always wanted to make some big, spectacular destruction sequence, but we were never quite able to do anything like that. Half-Life 2's physics introduced a system for breaking physics small objects, such as crates, into pieces, which provoked the idea of doing something much bigger. We took a leap and tried breaking a smokestack into pieces as it fell. So we experimented with the masses until it felt better, refined the model, and added lots of smoke and audio to sell the effect. And there we had it. We had our big spectacular destruction moment. Ultimately, our physics made the sequence just barely possible in a way that maybe seems quaint by modern standards, but felt really awesome at the time. Because the simulation was unique every time we ran it, we had to take steps to avoid completely blocking the player's path with the big chunks of debris. The success of this sequence whet our appetites for the much higher fidelity cinematic physics destruction effects next seen in Episode 2.
Displacements 1. Displacements 2. Once the initial terrain system was up and running, we expected level designers to use it for outdoor spaces. Instead, they began experimenting, adding detail in unexpected places. Displacements 3. With the general displacement system in hand, level designers didn't stop at adding detail to the world and returned to their original goals of building large-scale outdoor sections. This led to another round of updates to balance performance, ensuring the system could handle both fine detail and larger ground terrain. Texturing had to improve as well, especially to support complex structures like overhanging cliffs that weren't possible with the original height-based system. Designers, never one to rest on their laurels, also started using displacements to create caves and tunnels. While these additions look great, they required even more technical adjustment. Eventually, we managed to wrangle the competing requirements of all the ways that displacements were being used, and they shipped in large sections of our game world. Looking back, displacements are a clear example of how technology and game design evolve together. It's a chicken and egg problem. We can't foresee all the ways a piece of tech will impact the game, but we also can't build the tech without knowing what it needs to accomplish. So, as is always the case, we have to build something. We start with a solid guess and see where it leads us.
Верно? Не верю собственным глазам. Доктор Гордон Фримен собственной персоной.
Нам нужно уйти, пока комбайны нас не обнаружили. Мы как раз готовимся сняться с места.
Спешим. Нужно сворачивать лагерь и уходить.
Gestures. Each of our characters had a library of simple animations called gestures, which we could easily layer on top of other body movements. While originally planned as a production savings to allow us to reuse animations throughout the game, we found they actually had more utility than that. Humans often repeat certain movements, and these can be markers of a specific personality. As a result, our gestures library ended up capturing the essence of each character, helping to unify our animation team's understanding of who those characters were. This made it much easier for our animators to share any one character's workload among themselves, which production often required.
Ну вот и мы. Мы сняли эту пушку с такого же охотника, как и твой враг. Какая душа. Сбейте вертушку и сможете прорваться к базе Илая.
Фримен должен взять это оружие, иначе он пожалеет об этом.
Прощайте, доктор Фримен.
Прощайте.
Задайте им жару, доктор.
Блин, я вот так не могу.
Airboat change-up. We heard from the playtesters that they wanted more varied gameplay from the airboat. Up until this point of the game, the player had no real way to fight back against the helicopter and other enemies, so it felt right to introduce a new weapon, and in turn deliver a pacing change and set the stage for what would come next. In the subsequent areas, we added target practice to acquaint people with their new weapon. Extra physics force on the airgun projectiles meant targets would get sent flying and make it feel way more powerful than anything in the player's loadout. Even then, when it came to playtesting combat against the helicopter, a lot of testers still thought it was invincible, and hadn't noticed our efforts to illustrate that it was taking damage from the Combine-mounted guns earlier. To get over this, we did the most obvious thing. We put the helicopter directly outside the tunnel in which you get the gun and make it extremely clear that you can and should shoot.
А я же все равно не
And it
уязвима.
worked.
Аривидерчи. Да, ты слышишь?
Skybox time of day. The skybox in fog color changes incrementally during this chapter. This is meant to visually represent the passage of time as the player journeys through the canals and the chapter. Two fog color values in opposite directions help sell the illusion of the oblique angle of the sun. You can see it getting closer to sunset by this point. This culminates in the helicopter combat arena with the sun setting and Ravenholm visible in the skybox.
Donkey Kong Barrel Ramp. This particular area, the drainage ramp, originally started as just an interesting piece of level architecture. But during playtesting, we quickly saw how fun it was to slide the airboat up and around the slope, so we added more elements to enhance that experience. This included Metro Cops dropping barrels down toward the player, and a little nod to the classic arcade game, Donkey Kong.
Arena exit gate. The wheel mechanism to raise the exit gate was added specifically to force the player to defeat the helicopter before they can move forward. We often refer to elements like this as gating the player, using design elements to keep them from progressing until they've completed a necessary task. Here, it's quite literally a gate.
Ема. Это же да. Я еще не сохраняю. Что там вообще лайки ставить еще не? То вижу, заходят. Четыре лайка, ё-моё. Вы что, на приколе? Просмотров смотрю, лайка 4. То один это прикиньте просто.
Arena exit gate. The wheel mechanism to raise the exit gate was added specifically to force the player to defeat the helicopter before they can move forward. We often refer to elements like this as gating the player, using design elements to keep them from progressing until they've completed a necessary task. Here, it's quite literally a gate.
я... Пипец. Его убивать. Чё? Алло? Меня забрали. Как мне с ним драться? Он умирает.
Arena exit gate. The wheel mechanism to raise the exit gate was added specifically to force the player to defeat the helicopter before they can move forward. We often refer to elements like this as gating the player, using design elements to keep them from progressing until they've completed a necessary task. Here, it's quite literally a gate.
Helicopter Final Battle. We designed this area as the arena for the final showdown between the player and the Combine attack helicopter. It's the player's chance to finally eliminate the relentless enemy that's been hunting them since fleeing underground after leaving Kleiner's lab. This area went through many iterations to get right. It needed ample space for fast-paced vehicle combat, a smooth movement flow with clear path options, and reliable performance. We also aimed for visual clarity suited to combat, striking but not overly noisy, while ensuring it would serve as a memorable vista once the helicopter is destroyed.
Требуется медпомощь. Внимание! Требуется...
Не, у меня просто хп не хватает. Ладно.
Сотруднику Восточная река. Всем ответить код 3. Сотруднику система стока. 9. Всем ответить код 3.
Ничего нет, короче, смысла нет. Ну, мне ХП как бы это не стоит того, я теряю вот 38 ХП.
Airboat wreckage. Originally, we destroyed the airboat in the jump over the dam. So this level opened with the player amidst the wreckage of their beloved airboat. In a team-wide playtest, people felt disappointed to lose.
Alex and Mossman. In our early plans for Half-Life 2's narrative, we wanted to take on the challenge of doing something less explicitly game-focused. Not just a story about the obviously good player defeating the obviously evil enemies. Instead, we aimed to focus on characters and their relationships. We thought it would be interesting to explore family as a central dynamic unit of Half-Life 2. The tension between Alex and Mossman emerged from that idea, and we liked it because it felt relatable, something players could understand and empathize with.
Черная Мезе, я так вам завидую, что вы работали с Илаем и Клайнером в дни их величия. Ага, вот так. Теперь можно пройти.
Так, ну я на первом стриме, помню, когда проходил, то как раз и до сюда и дошел. Ну, либо вот эту миссию как раз прошел, и все, типа. И это за 3 часа стрима. А тут уже как бы, ну, только 2. А там 3... Сейчас 3,5 даже.
Я отведу вас к Илаю. Он мне не простит, если я вас задержу.
Быстрее.
Нам точно нужна дополнительная помощь. Мы много сделали за последнее время, но все шло бы быстрее, будь у нас больше людей с твоим
это
опытом.
в Гордона Фримена локация
Мы
была,
близки
я
к
помню.
созданию надежной технологии местной телепортации, что
Вот
пока
там,
недоступно
вот там я точно
Альянсу.
был. Да, в Гордона
Илай
Фримене.
полагает, что их порталы основаны на струнном эффекте, как наш Калабияу. Но они не учли коэффициент в уравнении темной энергии. Они могут телепортироваться из своей вселенной, но здесь уже зависит от местной транспортации. Знали бы они о нашей работе с завихрениями? Да, послушайте меня только. Я говорю, как юная аспирантка. Не могу поверить. Наконец-то мы будем работать вместе. Так, о чем это я? Ах, да. Доктор Клайнер добился такого зен-сжатия, что никто в Черной Мезе не поверил бы.
И это
Мы
тоже
выяснили,
помню,
как использовать зен в качестве скрытой
это
оси
всё
для
было в
рывка через
Гордона
пространство.
Фримена.
Так что можно облететь вокруг пограничного мира и вернуться, не
Просто его я
пересекая
уже
местное.
проходил. Так,
А вот и
для
Илай.
прохождения один раз.
We want to put this dense
Eli's lab.
Hugs and pickups.
Для
Sometimes even
канала
little
первый
things can
раз
be a
я
nightmare to get
проходил.
working. For
Впервые
example,
как
getting a
раз-таки.
character to hug another
Потом,
character.
Feel free to look around. Balancing the player's desire to explore with the narrative
комментарии
goals of the scene was
разработчиков
always a
это
challenge. We wanted the room to be full of interesting things to look at,
получается
but many
уже
players wouldn't explore until they were sure they wouldn't miss any of the
второй
character
раз, потом третий
performances.
раз конус
That's why it was
носил,
important
четвертый
for
раз
Eli to
уже
tell
на
the player to look
спидран.
around midway
Ну,
through
4
the
раза
scene.
как минимум я его проходил.
It signaled that
Может
it
быть,
was
даже и
safe to
5.
explore. From there, we could trigger a variety of custom mini-scenes based on what caught the player's interest.
Вот так вот.
Сейчас я тут закончу и посмотрю, что тут
Half-Life
можно
2 я только
придумать.
один раз проходил. Сейчас
Доктор
второй
Фримен,
прохожу.
это огромная честь для меня. Я сгораю от нетерпения работать с вами.
Чувствуй себя как дома.
Доктор Фримен, Вы должны остаться с Илаем. Я скоро к вам присоединюсь.
Джудит хороший ученый и претендовала на твое место в Черной Мезе, но ты обошел ее благодаря своему инсбрукскому опыту.
Ой. Я хотел монтировку выбрать.
О, Гордон! В Ортигонты сказали, что ты уже здесь. Невероятно. Ты шел пешком и так быстро добрался.
Я думаю, он побил твой рекорд, милая.
Но он это заслужил. Похоже, ты доказал, что сможешь о себе позаботиться.
Нет ничего на свете, с чем бы Гордон не справился. Ну, разве что с тобой.
Пап, пожалуйста.
Ну... Посмотри-ка на это, Гордон.
Чё?
Мы почти заставили этот портал заработать, но я не стану винить тебя, если ты откажешься от еще одного пробного запуска.
Алекс, а я-то думала, ты на посту.
В Ортигонты отпустили меня, чтобы я смогла увидеть Гордона. В любом случае, я должна работать над порталом.
Ремонтные работы под контролем. Кто-то недооценил Тиристера Альянса.
Ты обвиняешь меня?
Нет, вовсе нет. Проблема в расчетах, а не в оборудовании.
Тогда, наверное, в следующий раз лучше доверить мне не только установку, но и расчеты.
Алекс, хватит же. Иногда мне кажется, ты притворяешься, будто не понимаешь меня.
Алекс, почему бы тебе не научить Гордона обращаться с гравитационной пушкой?
Пошли, Гордон, немного повеселимся.
Манипулятор энергополя нулевого уровня не игрушка, Алекс.
Пошли отсюда.
Mossman. Judith Mossman was originally based on a character we had planned for a section
Я
of
думал, это
Half-Life
весь
1.
комментарий.
That section was cut from the base game
Зачем
and
такую
reused
большую
in
паузу
Uplink,
делать?
but without the character. We consider her the most complex character in Half-Life 2. We knew we'd be walking a tightrope with how the player felt about her even before Nova Prospect, because the player's trusted sources don't agree. Eli likes her, but Alex doesn't. We recognized there was a limit to how much complexity we could pull off in relationships, but we felt that a stepmother-daughter dynamic was something players would understand. Whether or not you agree with Mossman, she's doing something heroic. She risks being a double agent to get the information she needs to protect Eli and Alex. She just didn't plan for Gordon.
Moving.
Character lighting, facial technology. We wanted players to care about our characters, and to even have a chance at achieving that. We knew we had to invest a lot of technology for our characters' faces. It's well understood that humans are wired to pay attention to faces, subconsciously reading all kinds of information from them, so it's an extremely high bar, and if we couldn't reach it, we'd probably push players away from our characters, not towards them as we hoped. We started out doing a lot of research. It was not heartening. The best examples we could find weren't anywhere near close to being able to be run in real time, while the best real-time ones weren't close to the quality we wanted. We wanted to look as good as an animated movie, but they often took hours to render frames and were totally linear, authored by up to 100 animators, whereas ours had to be dynamic. A character might be trying to speak dialogue over a facial move derived from a player's actions and created by just a handful of artists. These requirements eventually led us to Dr. Paul Ekman's facial acting coding system, a system for taxonomizing human facial movements done back in the 1970s. It gave us a vocabulary for describing facial movements throughout our tools and code, and a target to aim for when designing our characters' faces. With it as a framework, we started a many-year process of iterating on how we built faces and heads of our characters. Where others had tried taking bits of Ekman's work, we wanted to try to use it all. That meant a lot of time spent figuring out how to do each piece within the tight performance constraints we had. But we also spent a lot of time just looking at people and faces, trying to find the extra features that would add the most value, like skin elasticity, teeth shadowing. In the end, while we weren't able to do everything we wanted, we did manage to get the pieces we thought were the most important to a convincing facial performance level on our characters. Risk. Looking back on Half-Life 2 now, 20 years later, it's sobering to reflect on how terrifying it was throughout much of the development. Game development is hard. You never really get what you'd like to have, which is be able to validate risk before you start to pile more on top of it. For example, our facial animation technology, it took probably 3 or 4 years of work before we were confident it was actually going to work, but we couldn't wait until then. In that first year, we immediately started making all kinds of other choices in our game design, our asset production, and our other technologies, all based on the assumption that our facial animation technology was going to work in the end, from a quality and performance standpoint. If it hadn't, many of those other choices wouldn't have worked either. That the same risk profile is true of other large choices we made early on. We can't wait. We just have to build and hope that our guesses will be true years from now. Terrifying.
Отлично! Еще раз, пес. Потрясающе! Пес, принеси мячик! Хорошо. Отличный бросок. Я сказала, что пес любит команду апорт, но я же не говорила, кто будет ее выполнять. Попробуем кое-что другое. Пес, давай что-нибудь побольше. Нет, пес. Фу, песик. Брось это. Пес, что такое? Боже, что это было? Сканеры. Комбайны защищают территорию. Надо вернуться в лабораторию. Папа, это Алекс. Как слышно?
Алекс, дорогуша.
Что там происходит?
Алекс, где ты?
Мы застряли в шлюзе мусорного отсека.
Гордон все еще с тобой?
Он здесь.
Хорошо, вы двое должны...
Папа?
Уводи Гордона отсюда, идите на берег. Не идите через раф.
Папа? Папа! Черт! Пес, открой шлюз! Вытащи нас отсюда! Давай, быстрее! Возьми ее, если нужно, только открой! Хватит, пес! Давай, Гордон! Пошли! Я не могу бросить отца. Пес, проводи Гордона в Рейвенхольмский туннель и вернись ко мне.
As we finished up our work on Ravenholm, we couldn't shake the feeling that the transition from Eli's lab.
Ravenholm Gameplay Focus. After watching many play tests of Ravenholm, we knew the core gameplay of the level revolved around the gravity gun and physics. Once equipped with that knowledge, we felt we could appropriately
bringing physics to the enemies. The physics traps in Ravenholm were some of the first gameplay elements in the level that we were really happy with, but they lacked player agency.
Player tools. By this point in the game, players have a lot of experience with Half-Life 2's physics, but they've just received the gravity gun, which provides a whole new way to interact with the physics objects in the game. We iterated on a variety of the physics objects that the player could play with, things like saw blades, the catapults, explosive canisters, traps, spears, and so on, and honed in on the ones that worked well with the physics gun and cut the ones that didn't. Then we went about stripping the levels of ammunition.
Contrived setups. There's a pretty obvious contrivance in a bunch of the gravity gun and physics object training. The player pulls a saw blade out of the wall with the gravity gun, and right on cue, a zombie stumbles around the corner, just begging to have a saw blade launched at it. Then the player crawls up.
Paint cans. Once we started to succeed at making the gravity gun and physics gameplay the core of the Ravenholm experience, we started to go through the levels and look for objects that we might have
Ravenholm's development. We began developing Ravenholm early in the production of Half-Life 2, so it went through more than one full development pass. The first version predated the gravity gun, with gameplay focused on traditional zombie combat using guns and some of the physics traps. We even planned to showcase Ravenholm at E3 in 2002, but the game was ultimately unveiled a year later.
Misteaching flinches. Another memorable playtest and example of the danger of misteaching players occurred.
Grigori Plaza. This open plaza is one of the areas that was fully detailed in our first development pass. When we returned to it, we wanted to preserve as much of the existing art as possible while designing a new player path that used all 3 dimensions, moving players up and down, through windows, across rooftops, and between buildings. It wasn't a large space, so we had to squeeze as much track out of it as possible, and since that started as an art-focused area, it was light on gameplay and we needed to address that playtesters tended to fly right through it. And to top that off, it was already pushing our rendering performance budget with little room left for anything new. The challenge became finding small additions to slow the player down by adding threats around corners and into every nook and cranny of the level. Fire trap.
We all went to Ravenholm. When fans talk to us about Half-Life 2, Ravenholm is often the most remembered section. Thanks to its multiple development passes and the density of the material in it, more members of the team are represented in Ravenholm than anywhere else. It was where we figured out how to apply our artistic pipeline to the set pieces and mood we wanted, how physics and gameplay combined with the gravity gun, how headcrabs and zombies need to evolve for Half-Life 2, and much more. Looking back on it now, it reassures our belief in individual empowerment over centralized design. Ravenholm is dense, highly efficient in its gameplay and artistic execution, and the sum of many small contributions by individuals who understood how they could push it just a little further with their own unique capabilities.
Hallway cupboards. These junk-filled hallways were a simple solution to our need to slow the player down. With the constraint of preserving as much of the existing geometry as possible, combined with slow-moving zombies as the main enemy, it was tricky to stop players from just sprinting through here. Luckily, having Grigori as the crazed inhabitant of Ravenholm made these setups easy to justify. It makes good sense that he'd clog the stairwell to keep himself safe on the rooftops. In the end, Grigori's solution and ours were one and the same. Just throw a bunch of furniture in the way, because if it stops zombies, it'll probably slow the player down too.
Even with all the work we did to try and make a connection between this lever and the outside electric fence in the players' minds, some testers would still flip the lever and not know what they'd done. They'd even wander around, flip the lever back on, and wander around some more. With not much time to spend on making the connection clearer, we elected to just have the lever break off. This prevented players from undoing their progress and added to the feeling that Ravenholm was an unreliable and decaying environment.
Отлично, брат мой. Используй мои ловушки, но смотри, сам не попадись в них. Сзади! В Ревенхолме нужно быть бдительным.
Car Crusher lifts. Getting the car crushers to lift the player was also tricky. See, the player is always being simulated by both the physics system and the game's movement system. Each time we update the player's state, we compare the results from both systems and decide which one is right.
Car crushers. These car crushers required some adjustments and quite a bit of work to our physics damage system. There's always a challenge when big physics objects interact with non-player characters. For instance, if the physics can push the NPC, it might shove them somewhere they're not supposed to go, leaving them unable to recover. This isn't a big issue for something like a head crab, which can just hop out of a tricky situation, but for something like a zombie, it could mean they get stuck and end up helpless, flailing away in whatever gap they manage to wedge themselves into, which kind of kills the survival horror mood we're going for here.
Григорий, ты уже встречал мою паству.
Ой.
брат. Прошу прощения. Но ничего страшного. Мои пули — это цветочки для тебя.
Боезапас исчерпан.
Pacing switch. Now that the player's through the training section, we can start shifting the pacing from moody, claustrophobic spaces to more combat-focused action arenas. With the player familiar with the various physics tools in the environment, we can start mixing those into open spaces and just give the player the freedom to choose their approach.
Чего?
Система жизнеобеспечения включена. Морфий введен.
И пусть меня зовут сумасшедшим. Ты есть моя сила.
Tables and bodies. Towards the end of Ravenholm's production, with all the major pieces in place, we went through and tried to fill out every bit of empty space with something interesting. In doing so, we had to be careful to use what we already had and not create anything new, as we couldn't risk introducing more bugs. Often, as in this room, we were trying to add new moments of gameplay, while also adding more detail and storytelling to the area. Small
Fast Zombie Introduction. This space was another area originally built for E3 2003, where
Physics object consistency. All physics objects have a variety of parameters that define their behavior, their mass, the amount of damage they take before breaking, what they break into, and so on. During development, these parameters were specified by level designers for each item, which is how most things in the game worked. But later in development, we realized we'd created a problem for ourselves. There were thousands of physics objects in the game, and no method to ensure consistency across them. As a result, a cardboard box might break apart with a single pistol shot in one level, and be completely invulnerable in another. Internally, we generally referred to these inconsistencies as level designer crimes. To fix these, and to deliver some justice, we built a system that enforced consistency on all physics objects based on their visual model. Since most of the game had already been built, we were forced to allow level designers to explicitly opt out of this system for rare edge cases where they needed to do something criminal to preserve what they designed. Internally, we refer to these designers as recidivists, some of whom perpetuate their life of crime at Valve to this day.
Poison Zombie Introduction. Constraining the player in a tight space while providing them with a view outward is a useful way to increase the chances that they'll notice something we want them to see. Here, we draw the player's attention with the sound of a whale before the poison zombie itself becomes visible. Originally, this encounter was also the first time players faced poison headcrabs, but as mentioned in an earlier node, we got far too enthusiastic in proliferating poison headcrabs around the level and ended up spoiling their joint introduction here. In the end, however, these first encounters work better as separate instances anyway.
Ёперный балет.
Обнаружены легкие ранения. Внимание, в крови обнаружено УВИ. Положение критическое. Пациент при смерти. Состояние ухудшилось.
Да не, все нормально, у меня с состоянием уже.
gamma correction.
At this point in Ravenholm, the player has learned all the gameplay elements available to them and can predict their interactions. This allows us to build more complex setups, providing a greater level of threat and more freedom in how the player can approach each scenario. This arena is a deliberately entwined space that the player will need to explore, and we use that exploration time to slowly ramp up combat intensity. The faster the player explores, the faster we ramp it up. The freeform nature of this design made it challenging to tune, given the large dynamic range in how players played through it.
Playtester archetypes. Iteration and regular playtest were the lifeblood of Half-Life 2's production. Every week, we'd quietly watch over the shoulder of a player going through the section we were working on, taking notes on what worked and what didn't. It was important for us to test with a wide range of skill levels, to be sure that we weren't making decisions that only worked for some. Over time, we learned to choose specific types of playtesters based on the development stage we were at. Early on, we used experienced gamers, usually teammates, who could handle rough, unfinished areas and were good at explaining their thought process. For combat testing, we'd find players of all skill levels, especially those creative in their usage with the tools. Finally, as sections became more polished, we'd focus on beginners, people who didn't play games much or weren't familiar with first-person shooters. Even if they weren't necessarily someone who might buy the game, we often learned something valuable from watching them.
Не могу понять, что от меня хотят.
Playtester archetypes. Iteration and regular playtest were the lifeblood of Half-Life 2's production. Every week, we'd quietly watch over the shoulder of a player going through the section we were working on, taking notes on what worked and what didn't. It was important for us to test with a wide range of skill levels, to be sure that we weren't making decisions that only worked for some. Over time, we learned to choose specific types of playtesters based on the development stage we were at. Early on, we used experienced gamers, usually teammates, who could handle rough, unfinished areas and were good at explaining their
активирован.
Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Like other spaces, Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Like other spaces in Ravenholm, it had begun life as a space purely focused on being an interesting visual location. We felt it was important that, as the player left Ravenholm, they had a moment to look back over the town they had just survived and get a glimpse of where they were headed next. Multiple gameplay groups took a shot at building a fight here, but the tight geometry and performance constraints meant we never really created a finale we were happy with. Not unlike the Half-Life saga itself, it seemed as if Ravenholm was destined. Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Like other spaces in Ravenholm, it had begun life as a space purely focused on being an interesting visual location. We felt it was important that, as the player left Ravenholm, they had a moment to look back over the town they had just survived and get a glimpse of where they were headed next. Multiple gameplay groups took a shot at building a fight here, but the tight geometry and performance constraints meant we never really created a finale we were happy with. Not unlike the Half-Life saga itself, it seemed as if Ravenholm was destined to not have a real ending. Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Like other spaces in Ravenholm, it had begun life as a space purely focused on being
Давай, брат, залезай в люльку! Ручник, брат! Сними его и спускайся! Приветствую тебя, брат! Наконец-то мы встретились! Хвала тебе за то, что смог избежать моих ловушек. Они сделаны человеком, у которого когда-то было много времени, а теперь нет его ни на что, кроме...
Response rules. We knew early on that we wanted a lot of dynamic dialogue in-game, so we needed
the real final arena. Very late in the development of Half-Life 2, when we were reviewing the entire game for final improvement opportunities, we decided we did, in fact, want a real finale for Ravenholm. The rooftop fight wasn't enough. After some discussion, we chose to add this final fight through the graveyard with Grigori alongside the player. It was risky, development-wise, but we felt the game needed it. Since we were near the end of production, we had a mature set of gameplay tools to work with, but even more importantly, by this point, we understood our own game. Making a game is often a process of learning what it is you're actually creating. Why is our game fun? How is it different? What are the most important elements? As we built the game and watched playtesters go through it, we learned answers to those questions and, in turn, got better at making it. So the graveyard came together quickly and required far less iteration than many earlier areas of the game.
Осторожно! Следуй за мной! Быстрее, брат мой! не оставит тебя свет! Идите к свету, что я несу. Идите. Да, дети мои, это я. Я помню твое истинное лицо. Обрети же истину. Поторопись, пока я держу ворота.
Все, братуха, давай. Удачи.
Прощай, брат.
Ой.
The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mineshaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's headcrabs. Honestly, it's often headcrabs. The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mineshaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's headcrabs. Honestly, it's often headcrabs. But in this case, it's poison headcrabs, which are fun by themselves, but a real riot when you add fast headcrabs into the mix. These two guys make a great combination. Neither is particularly dangerous on its own, but together they're incredibly lethal. Once poisoned, a single hit from a fast headcrab is enough to kill the player. And this is what biologists call symbiosis. At least that's what we think.
Внимание! В крови обнаружено ОВИ. Внимание!
The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mineshaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's headcrabs. Honestly, it's often headcrabs. But in this case, it's poison headcrabs, which are fun by themselves, but a real riot when you add fast headcrabs into the mix. These two guys make a great combination. Neither is particularly dangerous on its own, but together they're incredibly lethal.
Что делать? Ой, ёперный. А я не ждал, что он так поедет назад.
Sniper Alley. This section of game track was added late in development, after we moved Eli's lab and Ravenholm to come before Coast. While you might think that we build the game linearly, we actually split up into 3 different groups and worked in parallel on different sections, starting mostly in the middle of the game. Each group's first pass focused on nailing down the core of their section before they moved on. And then once we had a rough version of the whole game laid out, we went back over each section to polish it, adding successful elements from other areas and removing what wasn't working. In some cases, such as in Ravenholm, entire sections were moved. And then, after Ravenholm was relocated, we needed a new piece to connect it to the coast, which is the area you're entering now. Given the time constraints, this short section was built using existing, proven gameplay elements.
Half-Life 2's physics gave us a variety of tools to make combat more exciting. For instance, when enemies miss the player, we subtly redirect their shots toward breakable objects nearby, adding mayhem and creating that action movie feel. We also employed physics to add hints. We created what we called ragdoll magnets across the game to make enemy corpses fall in interesting and dramatic ways, such as off ledges or into the path of a train.
Snipers. The Half-Life 2 team was never very large, so we were always looking for ways to create new gameplay without high asset production costs. The sniper is a great example. It has no actual model, just a laser beam, so it required no art or animation support. When it dies, it simply spawns a Combine Soldier ragdoll and launches it out the window. Despite that simplicity, we got a lot of unique gameplay from it. We were especially happy with how it interacted with the physics objects in the game world. Players are used to exploiting explosive objects near enemies, so it felt fitting to have an enemy that flipped that dynamic when the player was in cover.
Осторожно. О, это хорошая пушечка.
Кто ранен?
Уинстона подбили.
Вода его станет лучше, уйди его отсюда. Гордон Фримен, у тебя получилось. Мы говорили с Алекс. Посмотрю, смогу ли я связаться снова. За мной. Это Леон, у нас все чисто. И здесь Гордон Фримен.
Доктор Фримен, вы шутите? Я была на связи с Алекс. Они схватили ее отца.
Сюда, доктор Фримен.
Без Илая Венса нет освобождения.
Coast kickoff. This interstitial scene came along late in development to connect Ravenholm to Coast. Noticing a trend? quite a bit of the connective tissue in our games comes together late. In this case, that meant cutting corners wherever possible. We didn't even have time to animate Alex on the monitor. These kinds of scenes are always a challenge to make interesting, and we didn't succeed with this one. It's a good example of what happens when NPCs are treated like signposts without adding character to them or the scene. The result is a forgettable moment where the game's seams show. But that's the nature of development. You only have so much time, and you have to decide where to spend it. Kleiner's lab and Eli's lab were much more important, so that's where we focused our efforts.
Хорошая идея. Подожди. Ну-ка, выводи баги и припаркуй его. Поведет Гордон Фримен.
Хорошо, я установила ящик с боеприпасами сзади.
Как раз вовремя. Окей, Алекс, мы готовы.
Спасибо, Леон. Гордон, я не ездила по берегу больше года, но у меня нет причин полагать, что там стало безопаснее. Ищи меня на станции, где разгружают поезда. Береги себя. Увидимся в Новом проспект. Пока.
Пока, Алекс. Окей, док, перед дорогой тебе нужно запастись аптечками, патронами, проверить карту, посмотреть, куда идти. Если поможет, в машине ящик с боеприпасами. Будь в машине, используй гидранты, и не будешь уступать муравьиным львам.
Шоссе 17. Так, это у нас получается... Так, если мы сейчас вернемся, допустим, новая игра. 6 глав мы прошли. Еще 9. А, это вообще 15 глав. Это просто глава 9. А, я смотрю 14. Ну, надо еще как минимум, наверное, сегодня 2 или 3 пройти главы. На следующем точно уже зафиналить в стриме. Сегодня, конечно, мы вряд ли допройдем до конца игру. Так, короче, что? Короче. Я, наверное, сейчас пойду что-нибудь перекушу чуть-чуть. Потом вернусь, и мы еще пару миссий пройдем. Сегодня, конечно, хотелось бы и за один стрим, чтобы потом не возвращаться к ней, но вряд ли сегодня мы ее за один стрим пройдем, так что я потом вернусь, еще миссии 2-3 мы точно пройдем, я думаю. Хотя посмотрим, как получится. Что там будет по времени у нас получаться. Посмотрим. Так что скоро я вернусь. Я сейчас сделаю вот так вот. И, короче, давайте. Тип пишет прикольный стрим. Угу.
Здравствуйте, доктор Фримен. Машина готова.
Buggy introduction. We wanted something more engaging for the buggy's introduction than just having the player hop in and drive away. The crane helped with that. Crucially, we needed players to learn how to recover the buggy when it flips over, and this sequence forced them into that situation. Training under pressure is always tricky. We wanted to emphasize the antlion infestation as the reason to state. Inside the buggy. So we kept the antlion threat active and provided a couple of citizens on mounted guns for support. A small bonus, players also get the experience of being lifted by the crane just before they'll get to operate one.
Я не мог просто спрыгнуть.
Подожди, чертовы магниты барахлят. Извините, док.
Buggy training course. This training section was designed to let the player play around with their buggy. At the time Half-Life 2 was released, this level of physical simulation in the vehicle was novel, so we wanted to give players ample opportunity to experiment with it. A player has also just left the tight confines of Ravenholm, and we liked giving him the contrast and reward of being able to move quickly through a large space, feeling safe inside a vehicle. We made sure to require a turbo jump to get out of this area, which doubled as a test to make sure they'd reached a level of comfort in their driving, and also ensured that they didn't leave their buggy behind.
Buggy physics. The physics for a buggy took a lot of trial and error. We wanted it to feel fast, even though its top speed was only about 35 miles an hour. So we had to do some cheating to make it work. We added extra vertical force to the turbo jump and a bit of kick to the rear when using the handbrake to power slide. Without those, the low speed meant the buggy just wasn't fun to drive. On top of that, the world was full of unpredictable physics system-driven chaos. Players were bound to drive the buggy into all kinds of collisions.
Transition tunnels.
Тип пишет прикольный стрим.
Building the coast required us to develop a way to
Она
handle
себя
level
просто вот
transition.
меню
To move from
так
one
вот как
level
бы
to
оставил бы
another,
и все.
we need to save
Я
everything
оставил
in the
плашку, перерыв.
Buggy
Я что,
sound
не
engine.
могу отойти поесть?
The audio for the buggy was challenging because we wanted it to feel like a really powerful vehicle that's driving along at super high speed, even though the maps aren't really big enough to support that. And the buggy doesn't really leave first gear, and it has a top speed of maybe 35 miles an hour. Now, in our defense, 35 miles an hour is still pretty fast, especially back in
Thumpers. Whenever possible.
Antlions. With the player driving the buggy throughout the coast, we needed a pervasive enemy that could justifiably appear anywhere.
Coast. We wanted a wide open section of the game for the buggy, but we still needed a way to constrain the player's movement. Choosing a coastline gave us a natural boundary along one side of the map while still feeling open and expansive. It also helped visualize the effects of the Combine's extraction of Earth's resources. Playtesters still tried to swim out to sea, so we added leeches to deter them. The leeches couldn't be a real avoidable enemy that players felt they could fight, so they're a bit magical.
Grenade House. A lot of a Half-Life game is about giving players slightly novel combat experiences around each corner, even if they're just small tweaks on previous ones. They don't all have to be skill-based challenges. Sometimes they can just be fun moments where the player gets to enjoy themselves. This Grenade House is one of those moments, with the twist being that we've inverted the usual setup. Instead of letting the player drop grenades on enemies below, we've put the enemies above. The unlimited grenade box is a somewhat clumsy way to encourage players to engage with the scenario, but its invulnerability also ensures the players can still climb up to the floor above, even if they've blown up everything else.
Nice.
Внимание! В крови обнаружена ОВИ.
Я не понял, а зачем я вообще сюда пришел? Какой смысл? А, тайник. Просто... А, сейчас, подожди. А, устройство выключено. Зачем я его выключу? А, так,
Antlion design.
Buggy sound design. The sound design for the buggy was based on samples from an old 1968 Camaro. And we chose that car because they have these amazing V8 engines with just huge pistons. And there's not really another sound like it. It has this sort of gutsy, visceral...
Buggy Bird. In one memorable coast playtest, a player returned to their vehicle after exploring a house and happened to see a bird flying past. They yelled at
open world loot. The openness of Coast introduced a new problem for us in how we distributed item rewards. In a Half-Life game, we typically reward players for exploring. If you see the way forward but notice something off to the side, there's probably something useful if you take the time to search. When we first started playtesting our Coast maps, we tucked rewards away in the corners of the outdoor areas. However, this led to a worse experience with the buggy. The wide open spaces meant there were always lots of small areas that looked like they might contain something, and players kept stopping and getting out of the buggy to search. It became tedious and interrupted the fun of the level. So, we removed those scattered rewards, but this raised a new problem. How do we tell the player when it's worth getting out of the buggy? After some thought, we established a rule. Any kind of human construction would always come with gameplay content and exploration rewards, while
Boathouse. In Half-Life 1, we discovered we could get a lot of value from scenarios where different AI enemies fight each other. It's fun for players to watch them engage, and it's much easier to observe enemy behavior when you're not the one that's being threatened. This first encounter between antlions and combine soldiers is designed to be a fun opportunity to ram something with the buggy, but it also serves to highlight the thumper. By seeing the soldiers use the thumper to hold off antlions, we hope more players would come to understand its purpose. We liked how the soldiers demonstrated the value of staying near the thumper while engaging with the antlions.
Гордон Фримен.
Гордон Фримен.
Быстрее в подвал. Мы ожидаем штурмовики с минуты на минуту. Полковник Кабич будет рад, что ты добрался.
А ты чё бегаешь за мной?
Flying vehicle.
Combine gunship. The gunship was an interesting problem. We had a helicopter flight model already and didn't really have time to build something completely new. So we tuned the helicopter's flight model until it felt different enough. And then derived the gunship's organic animation state from the values coming out of that simulation. We also tried to keep it as truthful as possible. For example, there's a limit as how much it can turn its head to aim its cannon, and if it needs to aim
Laser-guided RPG. The laser guidance feature of the RPG was a huge headache for us because it was difficult to teach. Many playtesters would fire the RPG and then immediately duck behind cover, which meant they didn't see the rocket's flight path. Even worse, they didn't realize the rocket was now turning around to fly back at them.
Так, сейчас я приду, 5 сек.
Tried various HUD elements and laser dot indicators to help, but found that most players overlooked them, focusing on the enemy instead. We made as many small improvements as we could, like emphasizing the feature in Odessa's speech and enhancing the audio and visuals around how the gunship shoots down direct RPG shots. While these changes helped some players grasp the feature, we never reached a point where we felt confident that almost everyone understood it. We even considered cutting the feature entirely, but gunship combat without it was much less interesting. The laser guidance forced the player to keep the gunship in sight while the rocket was in flight, but that also meant the gunship had line of sight back, creating a tension we loved.
Вперед, доктор Фримен. Мы знаем, Элай Ванс полагается на вас.
We wanted the buggy to be more than just a means of travel, so we decided to attach a gun to it. We chose the Tower Cannon, a Half-Life 1 weapon we liked but hadn't found a place for it in Half-Life 2. The Tower Cannon can shoot through walls, which makes it tricky for level design, so we limited it to the coast section. Once you introduce wall-penetrating weapons, level design becomes much tougher. Furthermore, we mounted an ammunition crate on the back of the buggy, giving the player unlimited SMG ammo throughout coast. This is especially helpful for playtesters who struggled with the infinite antlions spawning from the sand.
Crane. The crane took a lot of fine-tuning to get right. Something that needed to generate so much physical force was always risky, given the limitations of our rigid body physics and destruction technology. For example, the magnet was never going to fully meet player expectations for something with that much mass. But because the crane was stationary, we could carefully choose everything within its range and fine-tune as needed. Fortunately, most players didn't seem to notice its rougher edges, likely because of the sheer novelty of interacting with something like it in a vaguely realistic physics environment.
Ramming with the buggy. Our physics system is based on rigid bodies, which means it doesn't support any deformation or destruction of objects. If a physical object is hit by something, it can move if allowed, but otherwise nothing happens. So, when you drive the buggy through a glass window, we have to employ some trickery to make things work as expected. Because the window is fixed in place, the physics simulation will actually bounce the buggy off the window. But it does notify our game system that a collision occurred. The game system handles destruction, so it breaks the window into glass shards and tells the physics system to start simulating them. Crucially, the game system also tells the physics system to restore the buggy's state to where it was before the collision. This ensures that the next time physics is simulating, the buggy will drive freely through the now destroyed window. This process does produce a one-frame hitch in the buggy.
Opportunistic moments. Some memorable moments in the game come from the interactions of multiple game systems, but sometimes we realize these moments are likely to happen only rarely. When that's the case, we often wish more players would experience them. There's a tension here. The more we know players will encounter something, the more effort we can put into it. But if it feels too artificial, the moment can come across as forced, and players may not respond as positively. The gunship cinematic theft is an example where we nudge things a bit, trying to increase the chances of a memorable moment without being too obvious. The design of this area and the gunship's flight path make it likely that the player and the gunship are in the right spots when it dies. If they are, we trigger the gunship's crash into the cars. If not, it dies in the usual way. It's totally gaming, but playtesters didn't seem to mind when the moment played out well.
Roller mines. Roller mines were created to fill the need for an enemy that could threaten players while driving the buggy. Since the player in the buggy was essentially a fully physically simulated entity, we thought it would be interesting to also have a physically simulated enemy. The manhack had already shown us how this approach could lead to an enemy with lots of interesting interactions with the world. So we built the roller mine, a ball whose movement is entirely driven by generating torque on itself, and iterated on its behavior until it was fun to drive against. Roller mines aren't particularly dangerous to the buggy, but if you let them stack up, they can become a problem, especially near a cliffside. We also made sure they worked well when the player's on foot, allowing level designers to get a few extra encounters out of them.
Crossbow. This is the player's first opportunity to get the crossbow in the game, and looking back, it's somewhat surprising we didn't gate it. It's entirely possible for the player to drive right past it. To make that less likely, we set up the roadblock and vantage point to encourage players to get out of the buggy, at which point they'd spot the crossbow and item crate. Playtesting showed that almost every player stopped and collected the weapon, but this is a case where the difference between playtesting and real play might matter. A playtester who's been playing since the start of Coast may not be as fatigued with exploration as someone who's been playing from the very beginning of the game. So, we placed another crossbow a few levels ahead, directly on the player's path in Nova Prospect.
Gas station. We had grand plans for this encounter. We envisioned building a gas station that the player would fight around, likely igniting the gas tanks and setting fire to everything. We imagined the player driving away from a raging fire, but budget and performance were harsh constraints in 2003, and the station had to keep getting smaller and simpler to fit into Coast's large levels. Our plans for a dynamic fire system didn't materialize, and building it no longer made sense. There's always a limit to how much work we can justify for a single encounter. In the end, the only remnants of our original vision are the explosive gas tanks.
Area portals. One performance challenge we faced in Coast was handling wide open spaces that included buildings with highly detailed interiors, or at least they were detailed by 2003 standard. When the player was outside, we wanted to allocate as much of our budget.
Occlusion. In Half-Life 1 and much of Half-Life 2, the world consisted mainly of enclosed tunnels and corridors, which worked well with a binary space partition, or BSP tree. Essentially, detail objects. Once we had outdoor sections running, it was clear they needed some form of high-frequency detail, so we added small foliage elements, like grass and shrubs, across the displacement terrain. But we knew we couldn't afford, which is to say we didn't have the time, to hand-place them all. So we built the detail object system, which generates small foliage elements automatically.
Terrain and performance. Our performance budget was often a significant constraint when it came to combat, and even more so for combat on terrain surfaces. When NPCs move, they perform many small spatial probes to determine if they can safely navigate their chosen path. To help visualize it, imagine they can't see and are constantly waving a stick in front of themselves to check if the way is clear. The performance cost of these probes increases with the complexity of the world geometry. Our terrain displacement system creates uneven surfaces using many polygons, far more than the perfectly flat floors found elsewhere. This meant that NPCs moving on coast terrain were more resource-intensive than in other areas, and that constraint dictated the scale of many encounters in this section of the game.
Включена. Морфий введен. Обнаружены легкие ранения. Требуется медпомощь. Положение критическое. Пациент при смерти. Боезапас исчерпан.
Bridge playtesting. The bridge section was always a high point in playtests, with testers consistently having strong...
The bridge. This bridge section was inspired by the Deception Pass Bridge, just up the road from Valve's office. We initially built this section as a pure navigation puzzle, gradually layering more gameplay into it. It also became the primary test case for our players' edge friction. In our movement system, we subtly increase friction on the player's deceleration as they approach the edge of a surface. Players have never noticed it, likely because it aligns naturally with their goal of stopping at the edge to look down, matching human tendency to move more...
Bridge gunship. We were particularly happy with the gunship fight, despite it being tricky to set up given the level geometry. Being on the underside of the bridge allowed the gunship to move fully around the player, using all 3 dimensions to position itself above and below at different moments. The girders provide plenty of high-frequency cover, creating opportunities for the gunship's fire to produce a fun and dynamic visual and audio display.
Обнаружена кровопотеря.
Сейчас я приду.
Ramming zombies with the buggy. As human beings, we have expectations for our physical world.
Flashlight power. The decision to have both Sprint and the flashlight share the HEV suit power was a controversial one in Half-Life 2. Initially, only Sprint used suit power, which made sense as it was meant to be only a short burst of speed. The flashlight, on the other hand, could be used indefinitely. But playtesting revealed an issue. Players often left dark areas without realizing the flashlight was still on. In brightly lit open areas like Coast, our performance budget couldn't support the flashlight being on continuously, so we needed a way to turn it off without player involvement. Limiting its power seemed like a simple solution, with the benefit of adding some tension to dark areas too. The challenge then became, what resource should it use? We already had suit power and didn't want to clutter the UI with a new resource just for the flashlight. We toyed with the idea of other player abilities using suit power, thinking it might be interesting to have players make trade-offs between them. This is a good example of game design often being about choosing between imperfect solutions. We didn't love the idea of Sprint and flashlight sharing a resource, but we also didn't want multiple resources cluttering the UI. In Episode 2, with no plans to add anything else that consumed suit power, we ultimately decided to give the flashlight its own separate resource.
D2, Coast 9. Late in Coast development, we reached a point where our game code was far enough ahead of our level design that our gameplay programmers were looking for more code to write and new tasks that could help Half-Life 2 ship. This was largely due to the demands of Coast levels, which placed a heavy burden on our level designers with their sheer scale and extensive terrain usage. As a result, our gameplay programmers began designing smaller scale encounters. Later, when our level designers caught up, they created this level by stitching together 3 separate encounters from the programmers and performing all the necessary finishing work to prepare it for release.
Обнаружен незначительный перелом.
With the increased density of objects in Half-Life 2's gameplay spaces, we thought it would be interesting to have players search for a specific item, especially if there was some logic to where it might be found. This way, players could locate the item either through careful observation and deduction, or just by brute force searching the area. Since we already had models for cars and batteries, it was a natural step to create a small junkyard for players to explore. We also hid a couple of extra batteries in unexpected places, for the players who chose the brute force method. As with other item-based puzzles, this one needed a failsafe in case players lost the batteries. You can try throwing all of them over the cliff if you want to see what happens.
Performance constraints. For the final coast arena, we envisioned a big finale where the player and a squad of citizens would hold out against waves of combined soldiers, culminating in a gunship battle. Unfortunately, the
dropship deployment. Deploying soldiers from the dropships was tricky, as it required NPCs to spawn inside another solid object. To get them into the
buggy removal. Once we reached the point where we wanted the player to leave the buggy behind, we had to be very explicit about it. Throughout Coast, players had been leaving the buggy and then returning to it, so we found that playtesters would try to bring it along if it looked even remotely possible. This small garage scene primarily exists to signal clearly that the player is done with driving and will be proceeding on foot.
Lighthouse gunship. The gunship scenario here took some work to play out the way we envisioned it. We wanted it to unfold as it would in a movie. In the filmic version, a gunship would fire through the windows as the protagonist ascended the lighthouse, anticipating their movements. To simulate that anticipation in the game, we set up a complex series of trigger volumes along the staircase. As they detect the player moving up, they instruct the gunship to choose a new flight path that matches the player's altitude. The triggers also enable bullseye targets in the windows nearest the player. These are invisible game objects that the enemy AI will immediately perceive as hostile, and prompts the gunship to fire at the windows. This blend of AI and scripting is central to Half-Life's combat scenarios. The AI manages the general, adaptive behavior of the NPCs, while the scripting customizes each scenario's unique requirements.
Транспортник летит вдоль дороги! Приближается транспортник! Это
Ложись, транспортник у маяка!
Возьми аптечку.
Что делать?
Сюда, доктор Фримен. Свернем на горную тропу, пока нас не засек штурмовик. Вон туда. И смотрите под ноги.
Buggy theft. As we built the end of Coast, we decided to have the Combine steal the player's buggy. It really doesn't make logical sense, but after watching so many playtests where players developed a strong attachment to their buggy, we wanted to play with that emotional connection. Once we implemented the theft, we had playtesters yelling at the Combine for stealing their ride, something we took as a sign of success. The soldier firing down from the cliff top is simply there to draw the players.
Finest mind of his generation. Here is another small interstitial scene that ended up working well. The only requirement for this moment was to teach the player to stay off the sand. With prior scenes, we were still focused on simply making them functional. But by the time we got to this one, we were becoming more comfortable and started enjoying the process of putting extra thought into these moments. In doing so, we pushed the characters beyond being mere signposts, creating something more interesting and entertaining. After release, Laszlo went on to develop a larger-than-life following, reminding us how hard it is to predict what players will hold on to.
Floor is lava. Building gameplay around broadly understood concepts like the floor is lava made training it easy. We liked how our physics system allowed for a high degree of creative freedom in how players chose to tackle it. Some built walkways out of many objects, while others focused on using just their two favorite sheets of metal. Some carefully followed the path up in the rocks, concerned about falling, while others moved directly towards the exit, perched on objects just above the sand. Playstyles varied. Some players considered it a failure if they summoned antlines, reloading immediately, while others enjoyed scrambling back up on the rocks to recover. We also liked that it functioned as a navigation puzzle, but could be turned into an arena if players preferred. Some just jumped onto the sand and fought their way to the end.
Sandtrap Hunter. The explosive barrels are provided for players to use against antlions while standing safely within the thumper's protection. But we're also using this as a hint for the upcoming antlion guard encounter, where players often use similar tactics to win the fight. Optional player actions, like launching explosives with a gravity gun, can be forgotten if they aren't used regularly. With the wide range of offensive options we give players, there's no guarantee they've used this ability recently. So here, we're subtly suggesting they bring it back into their toolkit before they face the guard.
Vortigaunt Extraction. This arena presented some tricky design problems for a couple reasons. First, the guard is a melee-only enemy, so we couldn't allow the player to reach areas where the guard couldn't follow. We did experiment with a few range attacks, but didn't like the results. Its goose-spitting attack, for instance, ended up looking ridiculous. The only non-melee attack that survived was its ability to bash physics objects at the player, but this required objects to be in range, which isn't always guaranteed. The second challenge was ensuring that no matter where the guard dies, the Vortigaunt can reach its corpse. This was essential as the game can't proceed if the Vortigaunt is unable to extract.
In rare cases, players could find themselves unable to kill the antlion guard in this arena. This would happen if they ran out of ammo, or had misused all of the available physics objects, leaving nothing to launch with the gravity gun. To address this, we added a citizen on the mounted turret above the gate as a failsafe, allowing a stuck player to rely on a citizen to kill the guard.
за нами. Фримен будет мудр, посмотрев, как добывают ферробонды из мирмидонта. Процесс не очень гигиеничен, поэтому лучше отойди. Эти ферробонды понадобятся Фримену. Собирай их. Иди за нами.
Поторопитесь, доктор Фримен. Новый проспект
Bug bait training. This clumsy bug bait training is where we landed, having run out of time, but needing players to understand the tool for Nova Prospect's design to work. Generally, we aim to add enough flavor and context to training so it doesn't feel like training. It feels like a natural part of discovering something new. Here, though, we didn't quite manage that. As obvious as it may seem, bug bait wasn't something players intuitively grasped. We're well into the game now, so players have plenty of experience dealing with enemies. Before we added any training, the first playtesters who collected bug bait entered the next level and instinctively shot the first antlion they saw, because that had been working up until then. Half-Life tends to encourage a shoot first, ask questions later approach. Similarly, when players reached Nova Prospect, they didn't think to throw bug bait at the Combine soldiers and instead relied on their usual weapons. So, we needed this training not only to show how bug bait works, but also to demonstrate that antlions would be close to the player without attacking.
Фримен превосходен во всем. Теперь внимательно. Надави на переход, чтобы скомандовать уравненным делам идти за тобой. Фримен показывает превосходство во всем. А теперь это должен попрощаться. Нова Проспект уже недалеко. Запомни все, чему научился здесь. И Лайвенс верит в тебя.
Thumper Final Stage. We liked the final stage of Thumpers, where their purpose is inverted. Now, instead of serving as a tool for safety, they act as a blocker for the player's antlion army. However, we probably should have incorporated more thorough Thumper training before this point. While it was acceptable for players to only partially understand Thumpers in the earlier coast levels, the stakes are higher now.
Assault on Nova Prospect. With an infinitely respawning antlion army on a coastline assaulting a fortified Combine base, it was hard not to try a Normandy-inspired level. Our initial prototype featured trenches leading up to Nova Prospect, with lethal machine guns forcing the player and their antlions to stay within the trenches to survive. It was thrilling to have machine gun fire and leaping antlions constantly passing above the trenches. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it work within our performance budget, and ultimately had to set it aside in favor of a completely different layout. However, the mounted guns remained, as their lethality proved useful in encouraging players to rely on their antlions.
когда пришел со школы, сразу стрим начал. Да.
Тревога. Нет контакта объекта с отрядами перехвата. Возможно появление нарушителя номер 1. Сотрудникам охраны Нова Проспект занять опорные пункты.
Лидер 9 уничтожен. Ястреб 3 принять командование.
Директива номер 2. Задействовать резерв. Сдерживать вторжение извне.
Перед преследованием. Цель 1 уничтожена. Отлично, забей его. Сектор 18.
Где хоть какая-нибудь хилка.
Положение критическое. Пациент при смерти.
Nova Prospect Yard. The combat throughout the Nova Prospect Yard was largely inspired by our early observations of antlions fighting Combine soldiers. The antlions' high mobility and melee attacks paired well with the soldiers' range lethality and vulnerability up close. Antlions look great under fire, with particle effects flying everywhere, and when they finally reach a soldier, the resulting ragdoll effect is incredibly satisfying.
Боезапасы исчерпаны.
Патруль подтверждает вторжение извне. Вызваны вспомогательные воздушные силы. Ожидать
Magic Wall. Like many of our combat arenas, we needed a gate of some kind to prevent players from moving on before they finished the fight. Unfortunately, we were out of time and had to move on to the train station, so we ended up with this bit of magical bullshit. A wall that just explodes after the second gunship is defeated, revealing the way forward. We reassured ourselves that most players wouldn't notice, as they'd be busy fighting the gunships, and our playtesting had shown that generally they all finished the fight before they reached this point. With enough explosions throughout the arena, the destroyed, burning wall felt pretty natural, so we threw in a couple of simple gas puzzles on the other side to justify it. But no, we're not exactly proud of it.
Короче, половину мы прошли. Осталось 6 миссий осталось. Ну, тут титры как бы. Прошли мы 8 миссий. Я, наверное, буду заканчивать уже. Сейчас больше чекну. Короче, тут еще на часа, ну, грубо говоря, 3 геймплея. Хотя, ну, час у меня, ну, час чисто стрим в меню был. Примерно так. Короче, как-то так. Можно зайти в первый эпизод, вот. То, что мы проходили. Lost Coast можем зайти. Ну, короче, ладно. Они здесь сделали вот так же, как в Lost Coast. Сейчас. В эпизодах они, получается, как сделали?
Повторяю, бегите из Сити 17, если вы все еще там. Прошу вас со всей убедительностью, на которую я способен. Ну а
Короче,
если
тут
вы уже
нужно было
находитесь в
сначала
одном из
их
наших
убить.
эвакуационных пунктов...
Короче, в следующем стриме точно допройдем. Пока что на сегодня все. Всем спасибо за просмотр. Подписывайтесь на канал, оценивайте видео, пишите комментарии, приложение света, добавляйте друзья Steam, подписывайтесь на Twitch. Всем удачи, всем.